All right, we'd like to welcome everyone inside North Hill Bowl for the annual 10-game marathon here on NDBowlTV. I'm Darren Cini, bringing you live coverage of the event today. The annual 10-game marathon is normally held kind of in between the Christmas and New Year holidays, but with the calendar having both holidays on the weekend, they were kind of forced to either go in earlier in December or on New Year's. So today's event is here on New Year's. I want to wish everyone a happy New Year out there. We have 38 bowlers today, kind of a lower turnout than normal. And I think that has a lot to do with the date being here on a holiday, as well as the threat for more snow. And if any of you are from around the area know that we have a lot of snow here. And it's probably going to snow another foot tonight through tomorrow. So I'm not really looking forward to that because I currently live in town. So maybe we'll get some pictures up here on the live stream for you to kind of give you an idea of how much snow we do have here. In the meantime, we will let you know who we got. We have, let's see, I believe we have 10 pairs going today. So we will see every bowler on our featured pair, which is good. Currently on our featured pair, we have Quentin Craig, who is up on the left lane, lane 7. Joel Galley, who is up on lane 8. And along with Jason Van Fersen and Mike Green. Pretty simple format here. They all bowl 10 games with the high pin total at the end of 10 games winning. The significance of this tournament for many years has been the fact that the oil pattern they're using is a test pattern for the CMA Memorial Shootout being held here at North Hill Bowl in 3 weeks. So a lot of bowlers like to come up to North Hill Bowl for this event to bowl on the pattern and to see, kind of get an idea how it breaks down. So once we get a little more info on what that pattern is, I'll pass that along to all of you. If you have any questions, once again, feel free to visit with us in the chat room, put a comment on our Facebook page, or send us a tweet on Twitter. We'll try to get those answered for you. If you want to know how your favorite bowler is doing, just once again let us know. We should be getting periodic scoring updates as well. Today's NDBowlTV action kicks off a very busy month here, as we will have 3 shows in 4 weeks. In 2 weeks, we'll be heading up to Winnipeg, Manitoba for the annual Manitoba Open, the season's first NDBowling.com major championship. We'll be giving you live coverage of the stepladder finals here on NDBowlTV for that event, which is a favorite among many in the area. A lot of really good bowlers in that event. And then the week after that, 3 weeks from now, is the annual CMA Memorial Shootout right here at North Hill Bowl. So please stay tuned. Keep NDBowlTV on your radar, put it on your calendar. And be sure to tune in on those days. If you do miss any of the shows, you can go on to NDBowling.com's YouTube page, as we have all of our shows archived for the past few years. We started NDBowlTV shows about 2-3 years ago, and all the shows are archived on the YouTube page. So if you miss any of the action, you can go rewatch those. And do keep in mind, I am pretty sure this pattern is a fairly difficult pattern, so a lot of our contestants will be kind of trying out new equipment, moving across the lanes. They'll be testing things out, so to speak. You got 10 games here, so it's not like a bad game early on is gonna kill your tournament. But again, a lot of these bowlers do use this tournament as practice for the shootout. as we can all watch a high-quality deadwood clear by tournament director Jeff Craig. I'm sure he's happy to get a little airtime. And I guess this would be a good time to talk about the elephant in the room, as many would say it. A couple weeks ago, actually a few weeks ago, at the state team event, there were some approach issues here at North Hill Bowl, and many of the bowlers were, I guess, disappointed is a kind of a, not the right word to use for it, but they weren't very happy about them. Those issues have been taken care of. All the bowlers that have been in here right now seem to be fairly pleased with how the approaches are playing today. So if any of you out there are watching and decided to avoid the tournament due to the recent approach issues here, I can tell you that those have been fixed. So I think we bowled league that Tuesday after the state team tournament, and it was like an ice skating rink out there. So they went through and buffed the approaches, and I'm pretty sure that won't happen again here. So well, you can see that shot there on lane 7 by Joel Galley. There isn't much room for error on this pattern, and he missed that one out a little bit, knew it right away, and well, you pay for it. So Joel is a NDBowling.com major winner. He won the 2010, I believe it was, NDBowling.com Classic. At the time it was called the WDAZ Bowling Classic. I'm pretty sure that was in 2010, where he ran the ladder from the 4 or 5 spot. The rest of the bowlers on our pair are locals: Mike Green, Quentin Craig, and Jason Van Pearson. A little tidbit there about Mike Green: he tore his Achilles over the summer and has already shot 300 this year. For those of you who bowl in Minot or have bowled in Minot, you know that throwing a 300 game in this house is no easy task. I think we've had one all year, two all year, something like that. And this is a handicap tournament, so you can see there is a number above some of the bowlers' final score there. So this is a handicap event. I don't have the poster on me, but I believe it's out of 200. It's like an 80% of 200 or 210, something like that. Well, let's take a look back on NDBowling.com. If any of you guys visit NDBowling.com, go to the history page, as we have past winners for all tournaments that NDBowling.com covers. 10-game marathon past champions. This is since 2012 when NDBowling.com was created. Matt Smallin won in 2012. Eric Kempel was a champion in 2013. Jack Nelson won in 2014, and Tad Schmidt was last year's winner. And with the big tournaments coming up, Manitoba Open, Morris Anderson Memorial Shootout, the KFYR TV Bowling Classic, and the NDBowling.com Classic. If you guys have any questions, you can message the NDBowling.com Facebook page if you have any questions on those events. I'll let you know where to go, how much tournaments cost, where to send your entries. All tournaments are now accepting entries, so make sure you get those sent off to the bowling centers if you'd like to participate. I know the KFYR fills up very quickly. The CMA shootout here at North Hill Bowl in a few weeks, they've been filling up. I think they have over 70 signed up already. And the Manitoba Open generally gets anywhere from 70 to the mid-90s for entries every year, so we're hoping that one goes up as well. We had 89 bowlers at the NDBowling.com Classic, and that one maxes out at 96 bowlers. So the NDBowling.com Classic in Fargo-Moorhead area, if you guys would like to bowl that, please contact us or contact Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. And again, you can find all these tournaments on the upcoming events tab on NDBowling.com. Well, there's some pretty low scores to start here. Got a couple of decent games across the house, so once those finish up, we'll let you know who they are. This is definitely one of those patterns where the grind is on. A lot of the bowlers will be trying to stay even for the most part, and then once the lanes kind of give them what their ball reaction requires, they'll try to get as many as they can, and then once again try to stay even. Spare shooting, very important today. I would like to thank everyone for tuning in today. If you guys want to share our live stream with everyone on social media, Facebook, Twitter, that would be great. Hit the thumbs up button at the bottom of your player. And again, you're watching the 10-game marathon. We're in Game 1 here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. Game 1 of 10. I'd also like to take a minute to thank everyone who participated in the last contest on our Facebook page. We gave away a Turbo 3-ball tote. It was a Guess the Change contest. We had a picture of I guess like a Tupperware full of change. And the closest guess without going over won the 3-ball tote. And Greg Ahrens out of Wisconsin took that one home. We'll be running another contest on our Facebook page to give away some cool turbo items here in January as well as February. So if you haven't already, head over to our Facebook page, hit the like button, and you'll stay up to date on all those contests. Good chance to win some good items from Turbo. Well, looking across the board here, I see a 234 out of Matt Stricker, 207 or 217 from Randy Peterson, And 201 from, I believe, Ron Fettig. And then it's a pretty mixed bag here of mediocre scores. But once again, 10 games on a pretty tough pattern. You're by no means out of it. A lot of these bowlers are just going to try to find something that works. And when it gets into their wheelhouse, they'll catch them. Well, that'll do for game one on our featured pair. Joel Galley a 149, Quentin Craig a 158, 163 with his handicap. Jason Van Fiersen with a 199, and Mike Green with a good save of a 188 there. Last four for 188. So again, I do believe that scores between 175 and 200 are good scores at this point. You're going to have a decent game here and there to get close to even. If you remain close to even, you're going to be good. I do believe our winner, though, will be quite a few pins plus. So I think that cash line will be very close to even. If they pay out a 1 and 4, we would be getting 9 spots, I believe, paid, because there's 38 here today, so it'd be 9 or 10 get paid, so we'll see. Once we get a payout sheet, we'll pass that along to everyone watching. All right, who do we have here up on our featured pair for game 2? We have Matt Stricker, James Martinez, looks like James Lawson, and Josh Craig. And again, we'll have an opportunity to see every bowler in the house here during the tournament, as we have 10 pair of lanes going. They'll all move to the right after each game. Again, if you have any questions, please visit with us here in the chat room on the YouTube player. Well, looks like we got Henry Trutwin in the chat room, and Henry, it is a pretty tough shot based on the scores I'm seeing. We have some decent scores, and we have some not so decent scores. Usually your game 1 scores, from what I've experienced over the years, tend to be a little better than game 2 scores because you can kind of break down your own lane in practice. So we'll kind of see what game 2 brings to see if we find any consistency among the scores. Again, this is a test pattern for the CMA Memorial Shootout, and once we get a little more information here in the booth, we will pass that along to everyone watching. I'm not really sure on the specifics of the pattern, and hopefully we'll get that soon. Again, we got 38 bowlers in the house today, a little lower turnout than we normally see here at the 10-game marathon. We normally get close to 70, and when they run the 10 pair across the house, we usually have 7 or so, 6 or 7 on each pair. Today we only have 4, so today will go a little bit quicker than in past years. And again, today's format is simply 10 games. High pin total will win. We are currently in game 2, and once we get some scores, we'll update you on the standings. I think the low turnout was a product of the calendar falling the way it does with all the holidays on the weekends. Folks here at North Hill Bowl kind of ran out of weekends to hold the tournament. They had the state scratch team event there a couple weeks before Christmas, and there are a lot of events happening after the New Year, so they were kind of caught between a rock and a hard place as to when to schedule this event, so they decided to go on New Year's and just kind of bite the bullet for a year. We'll see what they do going forward, but it normally is the weekend in between Christmas and New Year's from what I've known, or else a few days after New Year's when the calendar works the right way. So, and like I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of snow out here, and they're expecting another storm starting later this afternoon, tonight through tomorrow. So we've had some terrible road conditions up in this part of the state. I feel like it's no travel advised every day I look at the road report, but that is part of being in North Dakota, I guess. Hopefully we can get some better weather for the bigger tournaments coming up here in the next few weeks, which I'm sure many of you are going to participate in, myself included. And again, if any of you want to sign up for any of the big tournaments coming up, especially the 4 NDBowling.com major championships, please go to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page, and there is information on all those events. I know there's a couple posters we still have to upload for those, but I would highly recommend sending in your entries if you want to bowl those events. They all fill up pretty quick. They are the 4 premier events in our area. Starts with the Manitoba Open here in 2 weeks up in Winnipeg. NDBowlTV will be live for that one for the Step Ladder Finals, and the week after is the CMA Memorial Shootout here at North Hill Bowl. We'll also be live for the finals on that one. And then the KFYR TV Bowling Classic is the first weekend in February. That will be held on the local NBC stations here in western North Dakota. So unfortunately, we will not be able to live stream that one. And then we'll finish out the majors with the NDBowling.com Classic at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, March 4th and 5th. Again, I highly recommend everyone to sign up for those events. Looks like we have a Matt Stricker fan in the house. He did shoot a 234 game 1. This pair is a little more tricky for him. But a 234 on this pattern is really good. Something tells me he's probably leading the tournament right now. There are a couple other good games out there, so if he's not leading, he's very close to leading. Damon Winslow, thanks for stopping in the chat room. His name is Marty. Nickname is Marty in Montana, huh? Yeah, we've seen Matt out bowling a few of the events in the region over the years so far, so it's good to see him out here bowling again. And if any of you out there are looking to bowl some events, please go to the upcoming events page on NDBowling.com. There's a tournament out there for everyone. We have handicap events. We have all the scratch events coming up. Hopefully we'll get some information on the annual bowler tournament as well as the Garden Center tournament. They run multiple weekends from February until May in Alexandria and in Fargo. I think we have the state tournament coming up. The men's state tournament, I believe, is here at North Hill Bowl. Do not quote me on that. Well, let's see, and Stricker, I believe, is out of Grand Forks now. He used to be in Montana, according to our chat room. We got James Martinez, he is a local here. Josh Craig is a local. James Lawson, I believe, is out of the Bismarck, Mandan area. But again, this is unofficial facts about these bowlers, so don't quote me on anything. Again, we're on 7 and 8 here at the 40 lane North Hill Bowl. We have bowlers all the way down to lane 20, so there's a lot of scores we can't see. But the total pins on the right above their score, on the top right of their score, should be their tournament total. So as they get to our pair, you can kind of see what they've been bowling throughout the tournament. And I'm pretty sure it does not. It does not include the handicap. So if there's any bowlers with handicap in the tournament, that top right score is their scratch score, and then the handicap is added later on. Very nice. There you guys go. A little fact about Matt Stricker. He is now a golf pro at Kings Walking Grand Forks. It's a very nice course. I'm a golfer myself. I do like most of the courses here in North Dakota when we are able to golf. Right now that seems so far away. Again, you're watching the 10-game marathon on NDBowlTV. We are live in Game 2 here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. We'll be here for the duration. Looks like all of our systems and things are working very well. Sometimes they don't work as well as we would hope. Looks like we got a James Martinez fan in the house. Let's see, James had a 169 game 1. He's got a shot at throwing a decent game here in game 2. And again, this pattern is very difficult. So scores between the 170 and 200 areas are pretty good. As long as you stay around that even mark, I think you're going to have a pretty good shot at making money here today. I believe our winner will probably be anywhere between that 50 and 100 over is my guess, because there's always someone that bowls exceptionally well on tougher patterns like this. There's always the one guy that kind of has the matchup much better than everyone else. And we'll update you on standings once we get those. The folks here at North Hill Bowl are pretty good about getting us standings and stuff when they come out. And the way it looks is this pattern really requires you to get the ball to slow down in the mid lane. Get something that reads before the end of the pattern so that it's not so squirrely on you. The stuff that reads late seems to give you more of an over-under reaction out here, and I don't know, I feel like a lot of the bowlers are struggling trying to find a reaction that is consistent, because this pattern's not going to give you that much room. But if you can get a ball that slows down in the mid lane and kind of reads earlier, you're going to have a little less, side-to-side action, and you're not going to get in trouble as much. So and like most tough patterns, as you saw in that shot by James there, he was a little in on that shot, and it hooked up and went face on him, and he paid the ultimate penalty for it. And if he were to miss out a little bit, the ball would hydroplane in and then hook at the end of the pattern and probably wash out. So your margin of error is very, very small. And I guess that's the one thing I love about bowling is there are so many different variables in trying to score on different patterns, whether it's a certain layout, whether it's a certain ball throw, anything. We got a question here. What lane machine was used for this pattern? They actually have a Kegel lane walker that they use here. Just got it last year, I believe. So it's about as good as it gets. I couldn't tell you what, if they have different models of them, I couldn't tell you which one it is, but I can tell you it looks very similar to the ones they use out at Nationals if you guys go out there. And looking around here, it looks like another good game on the board for Randy Peterson. He's got 68 in the 4th and then a 5-bagger now entering the 10th. He had 217 game 1, so he shoots a score in the 200s here. He's going to be doing pretty good. Looks like Mike Green has a decent game going. He finished out that last game with a 4-bagger, 188. He now has 226 after the first strike in the 10th, so he can shoot 256 here if he gets the last two, and that'll put him about 30 over and in really good shape. I see a 200 down there by Ron Fettig. I believe he had a 200 the first game as well, so he is plus and sitting in good shape. I see a nice string of strikes by Taylor Wallstrom down on 16. And again, all these bowlers will be rotating to eventually stop on our featured pair. And yes, the new Flex lane walker. And RP goes 9 spares, so a strike here will put him in the 227 range, and that'll be good enough for about 30-40 over to start the first two games here today, which is pretty good. And I have seen a mixed bag of equipment being thrown out here. I see generally a lot of people are throwing some aggressive equipment. There was a lot of oil out there to start. I've been seeing some people kind of run to their bags and grab something a little less aggressive. Now that the lanes are starting to break down a little bit, we are just finishing up game 2 here at the 10-game marathon in Minot. Again, if you missed any of the action, we will have the entire broadcast on our YouTube page. That'll upload sometime a few hours after we complete the webcast here today. Well, that's 151 for Matt Stricker. He had a 234 game 1, so he's still in pretty good shape at 15 under. So James Martinez with a 169. It's 2 169s in a row. I don't know if he's going for the triplicate. Probably not something he wants, but Josh Craig here has a chance to be in the 150s if he strikes out. Currently bowls at William Penn University down in Iowa, I believe. And the workers up here, because his dad is Jeff Craig, the tournament director up here. A lot of them were joking with me to tell you that he is taking handicap in this event. He does get 3 pins a game. Looks like he's throwing a no rules. All right, who do we have moving on to our featured pair in game 3? Ron Zutz out of the Grand Forks area. Let's see, I believe Chris Martin. I want to say he's out of the Bismarck-Mandan area, I think. Who else we got here? There's a few people I don't know in this tournament, so we'll do our best to kind of let you know who they are. And then we're finishing up game 2 here, and while we have a minute, I would like to remind everyone that NDBowlTV is brought to you by Ebonite, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. You can stay connected to ndbowling.com and NDBowlTV on social media via Facebook, Twitter, and our YouTube page. And once again, you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. All right, so we are going into Game 3 of the 10-game marathon here at North Hill Bowl, Game 3 of 10. After 10 games, the high pin total will win. Looks like we have Kurt Brandner up on lane 8. Ron Zutz will start on lane 7. And again, if you have any questions, please feel free to use the chat room in there. We have a few people on there visiting now. Looks like Randy Peterson will be on our featured pair of the next game, Game 4. He's at 43 over. Looks like the highest score on our current pair is the guy on the bottom right, which I don't, he's at minus 48. We'll get his name here in a minute when it flashes up on the screen. Looking over, I see Blake Wallstrom at 7 over, as well as Mike Ramsey at 7 over. Again, these are scratch scores. Once we get the official standings from the folks here at North Hill Bowl, we'll know if anyone's getting some handicap and what the actual standings are. Mike Green at 33 over. I think Ron Fettig is in the 20 over range. Again, RP at 43 over. Mike Ramsey and Blake Wallstrom both at 7 over. So Josh Schneider is up on lane 8. It's always good to see new faces out here that we haven't seen bowling in tournaments. I do encourage everyone to come out and try an event at some point. It's a good time to meet some of the other bowlers in the area. I can say that through bowling I've had more friendships created with people all over the upper Midwest through the sport of bowling, and makes up a big part of my life. So if any of you want to come out and bowl tournaments, I'm sure you will meet some great people out here. Ron Zutz now up on lane 8. Generally bowls most of the events out in our area. He's been bowling tournaments as long as I can remember bowling tournaments. I used to come up here to North Hill Bowl as a kid and watch all these events growing up. You always see people like Randy Peterson, Ron Zutz, Jack Nelsons of the world. And I am happy to announce that after this season on NDBowlTV, we do plan on upgrading our lanes cam. So it's a little cloudy out there for you guys, but next year we do plan on having a little bit better camera so that things look a little better for you. You got to start small and work your way up on the whole live streaming thing, and we're working to improve the experience for everyone. And a good topic for everyone out there in the chat room is one thing I've always wanted to know is about lane courtesy. And the reason I ask that is because I bowled quite a few tournaments around the area over the years. And some tournaments, a lot of people just care for, one lane courtesy, just like you would in league. The more important, bigger tournaments, a lot of people want the 2-lane courtesy, which is fully understandable. But then you get the people who bowl some PBA events regularly and they have their alternate lane or alternate pair lane courtesy where, one guy bowls and before the next guy on your pair bowls, someone on both pairs to the left and right have to throw a shot. Then it's your turn. So those of you out there in the chat room, what do you prefer? When I am out watching Extra Frame and all the PBA events, I do like the way their lane courtesy works, and it's only good because everyone abides by it. The hardest thing about tournaments in this area is you go into a tournament and everyone has a different expectation for lane courtesy, and I think that's what makes it tough around this area is the bowlers who routinely bowl PBA events, they're set towards that, the alternate lane or alternate pair, whereas other bowlers who are set in their ways with the 2-lane courtesy, not necessarily the alternate pair thing. And then you have some people who just, they want 1 lane and that's it, and they'll run up and jump you. So for those of you out in the chat room, what do you prefer? Leave us a comment. Okay, we have a comment in there from John Herman. Josh Schneider used to live and bowl in Sioux Falls. Great guy. Very nice. Good to see him out here. And like always, thanks for tuning in, Joe. For any of you watching who would like to have a local tournament on NDBowlTV, please go to NDBowling.com. Our contact information is on the NDBowlTV tab, and you can contact us and request a free quote if you would like NDBowlTV to cover your event. We are pretty flexible. We have done shows as far away as Sioux Falls. It's a good 7-8 hour drive for us here in Minot. We go out to Winnipeg every year. We go to Alexandria, Minnesota every year. And then we do some tournaments down in Fargo. And then a couple here in Minot. So please let us know. We're always looking to provide more live bowling tournaments for everyone here in the High Plains. We have quite a few new fans to NDBowling.com over the last few months. At the start of the season, we had about 1,500 likes on our Facebook page. We are now over 3,000. So quite a few new people out watching our streams and following along. So thank you to everyone joining us this season. We have some really exciting tournaments coming up. Some of the most looked upon tournaments in the area coming up here. The Manitoba Open and the CMA Memorial are some pretty high-end tournaments for locals here, and produces some pretty good shows. If you want to go back to our archives on YouTube, we have the shows for the past, I think, 2 or 3 years on there for the CMA and the Manitoba Open. Pretty good stuff out there. Includes a 300 game, some last shots, winning it in the 10th frame. Again, we are in game 3 of 10. We will see every bowler in the house on our featured pair at least once. Looks like on our next game we'll get Lynn Geffrey, Steve Fangman, Randy Peterson, and Jacob Van Fiersen on game 4. Game after that we'll get Cal Carnell, Blake Wallstrom, and Mike Ramsey. So if any of you want to step out for a moment and then come back and watch your favorite bowler, those are the bowlers that are coming up. A little bit of news out there on the pro bowling circuit as Ronnie Russell and Jacob Buttriff signed on to Ebonite and Columbia 300 respectively. I do believe Ronnie was a motive bowler for quite a while. He is now an Ebonite staffer. And Jacob Buttriff was a, I believe, 900 global staffer. He is now on Columbia 300. So interesting changes there as Jacob won quite a few events. I think he set the record for regionals out there in the West, throwing 900 global equipment. So we'll see how that change works for him. And as many of you know, NDBowling.com is sponsored by Ebonite. So it's good to see more guys throwing the Ebonite international brands. I do encourage everyone to go out there and support Extra Frame as well. Extra Frame is a very, very good way of watching live bowling of some of the best bowlers in the world. And they usually have quite a few of the pro bowlers in the booth with them to provide some pretty good insight on bowling ball choices and how they play the lanes. And I've always found that enjoyable about Extra Frame. And they do have XF2, so it allows you to watch some different bowlers at the time. You get 2 different channels on there. Much more high-tech than NDBowlTV, but that's okay. All right, I know we have some Matt Stricker fans out there. He currently started out that game with a 3-bagger, spare, and now a double. So looks like he's bringing it back here in game 3. Currently 15 under, so a decent game here will get him back into the plus and in good shape to stay around that cash line. see if we can improve this score cam here and get a little closer on that. Looks like we can't see it very well, so give us 1 minute. There we go. We'll zoom in a little bit on the scores. Hopefully you guys can see those a little better. Okay, we're just finishing up game 3. Game 3 of 10. And again, very tough pattern out there today. A lot of bowlers who are bowling the CMA Memorial Shootout like to come out here and bowl this event as a little bit of practice on the tournament condition. This is a test pattern for the shootout. And if any of you guys saw that, our boy Matt Stricker over here just goes 233. So he is cursed on the TV pair. Went 230, 230 on the other pairs, and didn't do so hot on our featured pair here. So with that 233 for Matt, he is back to 18 over, so in good shape. Randy Peterson here has 71 in the 5th and a 4-bagger here going into the 10th, so he can post up a decent game as well. Looks like we got a 199 from Wallstrom, so he's 6 over through 3. See a 225 game by Joel Galley, a 188 by Mike Green. So Mike is He'll fall back to about 21 over. No earth-shattering scores out here, but looks like RP is going to head to that more than 50 over stage here. Okay, so if Randy picks up that 3-6 lead, he will finish out with a 209. And I'll boost him up to 52 over, which is looking pretty good across the house from what I can see. There are a few people that are around even to 30 over, but Randy is the only one I see so far, but there are quite a few bowlers down there on the high end of the tournament that I can't see, including past champion Matt Smallin as well as Taylor Wallstrom, who had a good game the game before this one. So we'll catch their scores as they rotate down here to 1 and 2. And again, for those just joining us, we do have a kind of a reduced number of entries today due to the holiday as well as the impending snowstorm. Seems like we get one a week up here. I think the total is a little over 50 inches in 1 month for the city of Minot. We're scheduled to get close to another foot here in the next couple days. So I don't know about everyone else out there, but I have nowhere to put it at my house. I have 5-6 foot drifts outside my house, and streets are pretty impassable. You get to corners and try to make turns, and the snow piles are so high you can't see down the street. So conditions are a little dangerous out there. So for those of you coming up here for the CMA shootout here in a few weeks, you know, things are pretty nice up here on North Hill with as long as you stay at the Grand, which is right across the parking lot from North Hill Bowl. You won't have much driving to do. I do know Jeff Craig and his staff have acquired a really good hotel rate over there at the Grand of about $64, which is a steal in this area. So if you haven't booked your hotels for the shootout here in 3 weeks, please call up to the Grand and book your room. You shouldn't have any issues with the snow or anything. And if you're not going to be joining us at the CMA here bowling, you can always log on to NDBowlTV, as we will provide live coverage of the stepladder finals on our TV pair down on, I believe it's 29 and 30, down on the other end of the house. You can catch last year's show on our archive on YouTube. And here we are starting game number 4. Steve Fangman, Jacob Van Fierson, North Dakota Hall of Famer Randy Peterson, as well as Lynn Geffrey. So Randy is currently 52 over. Try to get a peek at what he's throwing here. Looks like a roto grip ball. Playing a pretty tight line there in the middle of the lane, using a shiny piece. Randy has been bowling pretty well this year. He took home the singles option at both the State Scratch doubles and State Scratch team events, so pretty impressive showing for the Hall of Famer already this year. And if he's not leading, he's very close to the lead in this event. Tim Geffrey. He's a bowling veteran. We've seen him up here quite a bit. Out of the Bismarck-Mandan area. Jacob Van Pearson up here on lane 8. He is a local here in Minot. I'm not exactly sure where Steve is from, but we do see him bowl quite a bit up here at North Hill Bowl. Randy Peterson is out of Carrington. I'm guessing after the third game, we're going to get a scoring update from the staff here at North Hill Bowl, so stay tuned for that. While we're waiting, I just want to remind everyone that Ebonite is the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. You can stay connected with us throughout a busy month of January with 2 more shows in the next 3 weeks on our YouTube page. You can also like us on Facebook, where we'll be running a contest to give some cool items from Turbo away. And you can follow us on Twitter. Again, you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. Yeah, looks like the ball Randy's throwing is kind of losing its energy there in the back of the pattern. He's been playing a line where he's kind of hitting more of the head pin, and if he misses a shot right just a hair, it'll hang up on him and won't finish and leave that soft 10. So we'll see what kind of adjustment he makes, because he's left 2 soft 10s in a row there on line 8. So. Okay, so we just got word from the staff here at North Hill Bowl that we will have a score sheet here after game 3, and then they're going to provide us here at NDBowlTV a score sheet after every game, but the bowlers here will not get that. So exclusive information here on the live stream. I also got information on the pattern. The 2017 CMA pattern is 41 feet. There's 26. The volume oil total is 26.44 milliliters. The ratio is a 2.19 to 1, so very, very difficult out there. And from my past experiences, it doesn't exactly play as it does here. I mean, at the CMA, there's normally 7 people to a pair, and they use the whole house, and the higher end of North Hill Bowl does react a little different than the lower end. So a few things to consider. I did confirm with Randy he is throwing a no rules pearl. And it looks like that ball is starting to burn up a little bit for him, so I wonder if he'll make a move or if that was a self-inflicted shots here, so we'll see. And they are using fire oil for this pattern, so. Tank configuration is A, so excuse me, they're using ice. They do have fire and ice up here at Northville Bowl, and this one appears to be using the ice side of things. All right, let's look around at some of the scores we see after everyone rotated. See, I believe Jeremiah Smith is plus right now on 1 and 2. Blake Wallstrom at 6 over. He threw a shot there on 6 on your screen, so he'll be on our featured pair the next game. We have Randy Peterson at 52 over. Matt Stricker is back to 18 over. Then, of course, a few down on the high end that we can't see. Well, looks like Randy's staying with that same ball. That's a better shot for him. That's what we've been seeing the first few games. So those other misses must have been self-inflicted. Always a big key when you're out here bowling tournaments is to be able to differentiate, you know, if it's a changings to the lane or a change to how you threw it. You know, if you understand your game well enough and know that it was your fault and not a change to the lanes, it's a lot easier to make adjustments out there. If you're making adjustments off of what you think, you're not sure, you're generally gonna struggle making the correct moves. So those bowlers that know their game extremely well and can repeat shots do have the advantage when it comes to making moves in a long format like 10 games like this one. Again, we are in Game 4 of the 10-game marathon here at North Hill Bowl in Minot. After we complete Game 10, high pin total will win the tournament. There's 38 bowlers here today, and they will likely pay out 9 or 10, depending on how they want to do the payout. There are brackets available in this tournament, as well as side pots and a few other things for those who like to make a little side action when they come out and bowl. We do have a few viewers out there who are not in the Minot area. I've got a couple pictures here to show you the current state of our city. And we also have a scoring update, so we'll take care of that first. And leading the way is Mike Ramsey. He's got a scratch total of 597, so 3 under, and he's getting 60 pins a handicap, so 20 a game, so he's at 57 over. In second is Randy Peterson at 52 over. Chris Hoffer is in third. He's got 168 pins of handicap and a 472 scratch total, so he's 40 over. And then Jeremiah Smith at 25 over, Mike Green at 21 over, Taylor Wallstrom at 20 over, Matt Stricker at 18, Gerald Borho at 8, Matt Smallin at 8 over, Blake Wallstrom at 6 over. That rounds out your top 10. And again, we'll provide you a update of those scores after every game. Again, we're in the middle of Game 4 here. Scores are starting to pick up a little bit as the lanes are breaking down for some of these guys, and the lanes are a little more in their wheelhouse. They're a little more friction down lane, open up a little bit for everyone. Unless you're Randy Peterson, you're always good on everything, but most of us are not as good as Randy, so myself included. Okay, we're wrapping up game 4 here, entering the 10th frame. Looks like a few decent games on our featured pair. A lot of bowlers have been struggling on the featured pair, but not this game. Lynn Geffrey will be well into the 200s. Jacob Van Viersen has a pretty good shot at shooting in the 200s, as well as Randy Peterson. Steve Fangman has a shot at being in the 180s, so I think we're going to be a net plus on the featured pair. So to the pair to the left, Blake Wallstrom has a 208 in the 8th with a spare up in the 9th, so he has a 250 possibility. That would jump him up to over 60 over in really good shape. Let's see, we had some James Martinez fans in the house. He's in 27th right now. Alright, so it looks like Lynn Geffrey will be into the 230s. Steve Fangman finishes out with the 170. Lynn Geffrey was in 25th at 527 going into this game, so this, well, 229 will help him quite a bit. Looks like we have 11 people who are plus, and out of those 11, 4 of them get handicapped, so we've got 7 people who are plus on the scratch side. Just enough of the head pin to get the 10 out for Randy. It's a big double there. Gives him a chance to be in the 220s. See how Blake Wallstrom finishes up here to the pair to the left. You'll see a shot coming on your screen here on lane 5, and that will be his. He is up now in the 10th. If he strikes out, he's got 258, and will be 60 over, so a big game here for him. Shot a little high, but still something makeable here. Pick that one up, and he'll be in the 240s and get to that 50 over stage. Looks like Josh Schneider making a move here. He's got a chance to, he could have struck out in the 10th for 290. He left appears to be a 8 pin. Wonder if that was a solid 8 pin. So he picks that up. A strike here will be 269. He was 106 under going into that game. Let's see where he is. He does get 14 pins a game. So before that game with his handicap, he was 536, so 64 under. And now he shoots a 269, and then add 14 to that. He's 83 over. So he's back to the plus side, so that'll be a big jump for Josh. A 236 out of Chris Martin. So some pretty good games starting to show up here as the lanes break down. I do predict that middle games of 4 through 7, we're going to see some pretty good games, and then as the lanes really break down, the heads start to go, I think it's going to go back to the grind, and the 180s to 210s are going to be really good games. So this is a time where these bowlers should, get them while they're gettable, so to speak. It's not the games where you want to have a tournament killing game, because if you're in brackets or anything, these are some pretty important games out there. And while we're kind of waiting for the bowlers to rotate over here. Let's give you a little look at what's going on here in town. Took a few pictures this morning. This is right outside of North Hill Bowl. You can see a stop sign out there. And, you know, this doesn't really do justice to what's going on out here, but there's quite a bit of snow. And this next picture is to the house next to me. And this fence is, you know, roughly 4.5 feet tall. And yeah, that's how much snow is out here. And we're expecting another foot of snow over the next 2 days or so. And then when the wind blows, it wouldn't surprise me if we can't see that fence anymore. I know a lot of people around here are a little uneasy after the flood events of 2011 that pretty much destroyed the whole valley area of Minot, which I currently live in. I live in a refurbished flood home, so everything inside is very nice and redone. So, but no fear, we do have flood insurance, so there's really nothing for us to worry about. But that's currently what's going on. So if you guys are coming up for the CMA Memorial Shootout here in a few weeks, you're likely going to see a lot of snow. All right, we are now moving into our halfway point, our game 5 of 10. Once we finish 10 games, the high pin total will win. Again, a pretty challenging pattern. If they use a shot similar at the Morris Anderson, I do expect the cut to be, you know, relatively low, anywhere from that even to plus 30 range is what I expect. But it's always tough to know. And we do have a lot of local handicap bowlers bowling here today, so the way the lanes will break down at the CMA with 6 or 7 people to a pair will be greatly different than how they're breaking down today. So we'll see what happens, and you can follow NDBowling.com for updates on that. All right, so game number 5 will be underway here in a minute. We've got Cal Carnell, tournament leader after 3, Mike Ramsey on lane 8 there, and Blake Wallstrom on lane number 7. Would like to thank everyone for following along today. If you could, please share the live stream with everyone on social media. You can stay connected with NDBowling.com on social media. Via Facebook, please like our page. We do have some contests coming up where you can win some cool turbo gear. You can also follow us on Twitter and check in to the YouTube page, as we have archives of all of our shows since 2013 on there. They'll be on there as long as NDBowling.com is in operation. You are watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. And again, my question of the day for all of you out in the chat room is, what do you prefer when it comes to lane courtesy? And we talked about it earlier, where the tournaments that I've bowled around the area, it seems like depending on the importance of the tournaments, will depend on what a lot of the bowlers do prefer. Some prefer just a single lane, and I know a lot of tournament directors encourage single lane just to keep the pace of play up. A lot of bowlers out there like the 2-lane courtesy, and then a lot of bowlers also prefer the alternate pair lane courtesy as they use in the PBA Tour. So now Blake threw a shot, and if Cal would come up here, he would wait for a guy to throw a shot on the left pair and a guy to throw a shot on the pair to the right. But of course we are not going by that. And yeah, what do you prefer for lane courtesy? How about everyone doing the same thing? That would be nice, and I do agree with that. The problem with all the different lane courtesies is everyone wants something different. So if you're a bowler out there that is doing more of the, alternate pair thing, then you're probably going to be jumped quite a bit because not everyone is familiar with that. Some people do prefer the 2-lane, but then you have some of the people who are going single lane courtesy. I mean, we just saw on our screen, I know Randy Peterson does likely prefer the 2-lane, but I don't think it really bothers him. And, 2 lanes away, someone went up and bowled. I caught him pause just a little bit as he went by, but it's the same sort of thing. It would be nice if everyone was on the same page. I think things would work a lot better. I do prefer the PBA way of things if everyone did it. If not everyone is doing that, it's very hard to get a good pace going that way, because then you'll have more people standing around and waving people on and stuff like that. A lot of times I get in situations too where some people like their 2-lane courtesy and I have yet to pick up a ball and they're waving for me to go. Well, I'm not ready yet, so I'm not going to bowl. So, people prefer different things. So let us know in the chat room kind of what your take is on lane courtesy, because coming up on these bigger tournaments, the Manitoba Open, the Shootout, the KFYR, and the NDBowling.com Classic, there's a mixed bag of bowlers in those tournaments. And when you have a tournament of over 100 people, you're bound to get some people that want a different type of lane courtesy. So most people are used to the single lane courtesy in league, and they should be. In a tournament like this, when you have a lot of league bowlers and a few handicap bowlers out there bowling, you're likely going to see most of the people out here using a single lane courtesy. But if you watch closely to the bowlers who tend to bowl more tournaments, they'll wait. They'll take 2-lane. So it's interesting to see, and I know in the past there have been some people who get pretty angry if you don't give them 2-lane courtesy and this and that. And there are times where it'll depend on, who's bowling on the pair left or right of me. And certain people who I know want 2-lane, you'll give them 2-lane. And in case any of you missed that there in the second frame, Cal Carnell did flag a 5-pin, and that is a common occurrence here at the 10-game marathon on the live stream, as his pair bowling friend there, Blake Wallstrom, missed one a few years ago in one of our highlight videos. Always worth a good laugh, I guess. And a lot of people hold their hand in the air hoping for a drink, but a lot of good fun happening out here at the bowling center. We should be getting a Game 4 scoring update here shortly. Blake Wallstrom now 51 over here on our featured pair. Mike Ramsey, his scratch total is 31 under, and he gets 20 a game, so add 80 to that. So Dropped down a little bit the last game. So what is he, 59? Maybe 49 over. So 49 over. Now puts him behind Blake Wallstrom, behind Randy Peterson, maybe a few others, so scores are a little close. Who's leading? Currently it's Mike Ramsey after 3 games. He was 57 over. And then it was Randy Peterson at 52 over, Chris Hoffer at 40 over. And I'm telling you their total scores, so we're including handicap as well. Jeremiah Smith 25 over, Mike Green 21 over, Taylor Wallstrom 20 over, Matt Stricker 18 over, Gerald Borho, Matt Smallin tied at 8 over in 8th. And Blake Wallstrom was at 6 over, but he shot a 240, so he's 51 over now. So he'll likely jump. With 38 bowlers, they're likely paying 9 or 10, and right now that would be 8 to 6 over is the cut. So the cash line is just about even, like what we expected. I do feel as though these middle games of 4 through 7 are going to produce some decent scores, where some bowlers are going to either get back to even or build on their plus scores, and then later in the tournament they're going to break down and get a little tougher. So we'll see how the scores go. I do still expect that cash number to remain around the even to plus 20-30 range. Looks like our winner could be 100 over or greater. Randy Peterson is off to a pretty decent start through 5. He's got a 3-bagger, 9 spare, and another strike there in the 5th, so no slowing down for the Hall of Famer. Looks like we got a few more guys in the chat room. Eric Parvey in the house, Clayton Moore in the house, both NDBowling.com major winners. Look forward to seeing you guys in the next few weeks at the majors. Eric's still looking for that elusive KFYR TV Bowling Classic title to complete the Grand Slam. Clayton Moore we've seen on our show quite a bit. How long did it take Blake to do his hair today? Well, maybe he just left it from last night. You never know. Coming up in game number 6 on our featured pair will be John Breckel, Kenton Carnell, and Brett Craig. And in game 7, so we have Corey Peterson, Lance Gehring, Jeremiah Smith, and Heather Smith. And then the game after that will be Matt Smallin, Taylor Wallstrom, Chris Charles, and Kessid Schmidt. So some good bowlers coming up. And we have a new leader. Our scoring update through 4. Randy Peterson is leading with 77 over. Blake Wallstrom in second at 51 over. Mike Ramsey at 49 over. In 4th, Heather Smith at 40 over. In 5th is Jeremiah Smith at 37 over. Chris Hoffer at 21 over in 6th. Josh Schneider with that 269 game jumped to 7th at 19 over. Matt Stricker at 15 over. And James Martinez jumps up with a 267 game in game 4 to get into 9th, and he's 13 under. So scores are moving. We have Chris Charles in 10th at 14 under. David Thompson at 17 under. Matt Smallin at 20 under. So some pretty crazy moves and scores here. and we will have scoring updates after every game, so stay tuned for that. The bowlers are not even seeing the scoring updates. They're only getting updates every 3 games. So you're getting some insider information on NDBowlTV. Hopefully the bowlers don't get word that we have these back here, so they don't come back here, I guess. Well, Blake's going to have to save this game here. 103 there in the 6th after a couple opens. He did have an early double, but he'll have to put another one up on the board here. Well, that's not going to help. He's looking a little frustrated now, so let's see if he can save this game and get off the featured pair, which seems to give people troubles except for the last pair that was on here, where they actually scored pretty well. Yeah, and we did mention that there. I believe Pyro is Marshall. We did mention the earlier signings there of Ronnie Russell and Jacob Buttriff. Ronnie Russell to Ebonite and Jacob to Columbia 300. Which, like I mentioned earlier, it's quite surprising since Jacob had so much success throwing 900 global equipment. I think he won a record 8 or 9 regionals or something out in the West. Some ungodly number, and actually had a pretty good run there at the Fall Classic out in Vegas. So a little surprising, but we'll see how it goes for him. And Ronnie Russell was a Motive staffer. He's now with Ebonite, and I obviously like seeing that as they sponsor NDBowling.com and NDBowlTV. So we're very familiar with the Ebonite International products. And again, if you've just joined us, please share the live stream on social media. Let everyone know about it. Click the thumbs up button at the bottom of your player. That would be appreciated. We will be going live at the Manitoba Open once again this year in 2 weeks. Up at Chateau Lanes, we'll be providing the live coverage of the stepladder finals. And the very next week, we'll be back here at North Hill Bowl for the CMA Memorial Shootout. And we'll be doing the stepladder finals of that event as well. So some big events, whether you're going to come out and bowl those events or else watch here on NDBowlTV, we do encourage you to do one or the other. Please contact Jeff Craig up here at North Hill Bowl if you want to enter the shootout. You can go online and search Manitoba Open for all the information on that tournament. Melody Savage is the main contact for that event. Let her know you're bowling. If they get over 90 bowlers in the tournament, they usually take 30 to day 2, which is really good. So it'd be nice to get back to that amount of people. The KFYR TV Bowling Classic coming up the first weekend in February usually fills pretty quick, so if you normally bowl that tournament every year, please contact Midway Lanes out in Mandan and send your entry in. And then the NDBowling.com Classic, which saw a little bit of a resurgence last year with the date change to the beginning of March. That's March 4th and 5th this year. We had 89 bowlers and it maxes out at 96, so please contact Sunset Lanes in Moorhead where you can send in your entry for that event to guarantee your spot. The season's final major, which will also be broadcast on NDBowlTV, the stepladder finals. I'm guessing we will have, once again, Mike Borowski with us up in the booth up in Winnipeg. I know a lot of people enjoy his insight. And we do have the option for a third mic here at NDBowlTV now, so we might have a couple others in the booth with us. And I do foresee good friend Ken Fletcher joining me at the CMA and the NDBowling.com Classic as usual. So you won't have to, I guess, listen to me sit here and talk to myself. But that's okay. Rolling right along here, finishing up game number 5 at the 10-game marathon, the midway point of the tournament. Cal Carnell finishes out with a 172. Mike Ramsey will have a 168. Blake Wallstrom here could have a pretty big save. This is a big 10th frame for him. He can strike out for 202. And after those 3 opens, things were looking pretty bad for him. So getting the first one here is pretty big. It's a decent shot. Couldn't get the 7 out. Well, with that, pick that one up. He'll be in the high 170s, 180 range. So could have been a lot worse. Covers a 7-pin, so not a tournament killing game by any means, but he'll fall back to that 30 over range through the midway point. And if he got in any brackets or anything, that's probably not going to get him too far with the 180s. It's always tough to win in brackets when you have a 170, 180 game there in the middle of the tournament. Question here by Clayton Moore: any predictions for winners this year? We will be doing the normal NDBowling.com major preview articles. We will start by doing the Manitoba Open here in the next 2 weeks, where, yes, I will provide my predictions, as we already know what the pattern is, as they will be bowling on Abbey Road this year in Manitoba. From what I've gathered over the last few years, when we've bowled on that pattern, it's been fairly nice to the left side, so I do expect at least one of the really good lefties to make it. Who knows who that could be, because from what I've understood here, Darren Hansen may not be bowling because he's got a few health issues going on. He was in our finals last year. There are a lot of really good left-handed bowlers out there, so I expect to see at least one of them. And I guess we'll save the other predictions for the article, but we do preview articles for all 4 major tournaments. So if you guys keep an eye on NDBowling.com, we'll be releasing those the week of the tournament, and then we'll also give you a full recap after the event is over. So a lot of good articles coming up, as well as contests. We have another contest coming out, giving away some Turbo merchandise here in January and February. So go over to our Facebook page, hit the like button, and stay up to date on all those contests. And while players are moving around here, just want to remind everyone that they can stay connected to NDBowling.com on Facebook and on Twitter, as well as check out our YouTube page where you're watching right now, and you can see the archive of all the events that we have produced since the start of NDBowlTV. I'd like to thank the folks at Ebonite. They're the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. Also a big shout out to Chris Sand and the folks at Turbo who have jumped on as a sponsor of NDBowling.com this year. They're allowing us to run some pretty cool contests to give away some of their items. And again, you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. Might have a little bit of a delay here going into the next game, as this pair and the pair to the left are the only 2 pairs that have 3 people on them. The rest have 4, so once these 2 games, this game and the next game, are completed, we might have a little bit of a delay. So, but the good thing is we have live scoring updates after every game, so stay tuned for a Game 5 update once this game is over. Again, I'm Darren Cini with NDBowling.com, giving you live coverage of the 10-game marathon. And Clayton Moore says Felicia. Yeah, I heard she is bowling this year, so she's also a consideration to make it. Of course, Eric Harvey, who has won the event before. I'm guessing that's who you meant in the chat room there instead of Eric Parker. I don't know of an Eric Parker, but I'm assuming that's Eric Harvey. I do believe Matt McNeil could be bowling the event as well, so you always got to give odds to the 4-time USBC Open champion to make noise. Then you have the people that always seem to make the shows up there. You have the Nick Heilmans and Andy Mills of the world, the Clayton Moores of the world. There's Matt Small and Zach Wilkins, Mike Schmidt. There's a lot of people that tend to always make those shows up there. Looks like we have a payout sheet here, and they indeed are paying 10 people today. So first is getting paid $530, second $400, third $300, fourth $200, fifth will get $170, sixth $150, seventh $130, eighth $120, ninth $110, and 10th is $100. They do have a scratch option here where they're paying $90 to the winner. So the highest scratch guy will get that, and second will get 70, third will get 40, fourth will get 30, and fifth will get 20. The high game pots are paying out 40 and 20 respectively. So a little bit of side action here for some of the scratch bowlers. Again, we'll go over the pattern once again because we have a few new visitors to our chat room. We've got our pattern here today is a 41-foot pattern. The volume total is 26.44 milliliters. They're using the ice conditioner today. The ratio is a 2.19 to 1, and the middle track is a 1.19. So pretty tough conditions out here, tough sledding for a lot of bowlers. A few are able to find a good reaction early on and have added to their totals. I believe Randy Peterson is close to 90 some over, if I can see that correctly. So I'm guessing he is still around the lead. But again, we can't see everyone down there on the high end. They're using 20 lanes here today for 38 bowlers, so the tournament is moving along quite quickly. Heading over to game number 6 now. We've got Kenton Carnell, Brett Craig, and John Breckel on our featured pair. After that, we're going to have the pair that includes Heather and Jeremiah Smith, Corey Peterson and Lance Gehring. And then the pair after that will include Matt Small and Taylor Wallstrom, Chris Charles, and Kessid Schmidt. So if there's a few bowlers you'd like to see here coming up, please stay tuned. Meanwhile, we will keep an eye on everyone who has passed our featured pair and kind of update you on their games. Solid spare attempt there by Blake Wallstrom. Got a good laugh out of him because he knew that was on camera. 5 out for him there in the second frame. Always can count on Blake for providing funny moments on the live stream here at the 10-game marathon. They are already up in frame number 3, and we haven't even started on our featured pair yet here, so a little bit of a delay, but that's okay. It gives time for everyone in our chat room to once again answer our question of the day, which is, what do you prefer as far as lane courtesy goes? I think the consensus out there is a lot of people prefer everyone do the same thing. And as long as people do that, that would be great. Again, it's always tough to do that as far as lane courtesy goes because so many people do hope for one thing or the other. Whereas when you get a tournament like this with a few more league bowlers who don't necessarily bowl a lot of tournaments, they're 9 times out of 10 going to do as they do in league with single lane courtesy. So I think a lot of it has to do with the type of tournament you're bowling. Handicap tournaments are less likely to have people who require double lane courtesy. As we get to the majors, I know a lot of people do go for the double lane. So all right, we are underway now here in game 6. It looks like everyone has finished up with their 5th game, so we should get a scoring update here soon. Looking at the scores here on the featured pair, John Breckel is 39 under. Kenton Carnell is, let's see, that is 248 under. I do believe he does get a little bit of handicap, 30 a game. And Brett Craig is 145 under, but he also gets a few sticks, I believe. Yeah, he gets 14 a game, so. And some other bowlers coming into view here. It looks like Matt Smallin is 22 under going into game 6. Taylor Wallstrom is 41 under. So they have a little ground to make up here on the cash line. Looks like the pattern's kind of breaking down to a point where there's a nice little hook spot out there around the 7 to 10 board where a lot of bowlers are using. If they get a little wide of that, they're likely going to wash out. If they miss inside of that, it's more than likely going nose. But there is a little more room now than there was at the start. Seems like a lot of bowlers are, at least on the right side anyways, starting to play the middle portion of the lane because the little bit of hold room is developing out there, which is interesting to see. Hopefully that we just got word that they need to reset the internet in the bar, but we'll see if that happens. If it does, we'll be right back online. From what I understand, we're on a separate connection from like the operations of the bowling center, so maybe they'll be able to reset the other connection and not interrupt our coverage here. My guess is someone with the credit cards in the bar. Okay, we do have a game 5 update. Our leader, Randy Peterson, has extended his lead. He's got a 51 pin lead now. He is at 96 over. Chris Hoffer is in second at 45 over. Mike Ramsey at 37 over. Blake Wallstrom in fourth at 31 over. Heather Smith at 26. Josh Schneider in sixth at 22. Jeremiah Smith 10 over in seventh. Matt Stricker at 7 over in eighth. Joel Galley 7 under in ninth. Lynn Geffrey now into a cash spot at 12 under. Just out of the cash spots are James Martinez, Mike Green, Gerald Borho, Matt Smallin, John Breckel, Taylor Wallstrom. So a lot of bowlers still within that cash line there. So all right, giving a score update. Looks like Blake Wallstrom's gonna have to scramble again as he's got 96 in the sixth on a single pin miss, but he's got a double in the seventh and eighth here. So gonna need a couple more strikes to save that game and stay in the top five. John Breckel looking to post a decent score here in game 6 as we almost put the curse on him with a 7-10 there, but he tripped out the 10. Across the board here, we've got Taylor Wallstrom with an 85 in the fourth. He just opened there in the fourth, so still a chance at a decent game there. Matt Smallin also opened in the fourth. He's got 67. Chris Charles had an 8 on an open in the first, 3-bagger to follow. See who else is close. Randy Peterson looks like he's running into a few problems here as he goes to the higher end of the house. He's got 85 in the fifth with a spare in the sixth, so he'll need a double in there somewhere to get to the 200 area. Once again, our cash spot is minus 12 right now. That is 10th place. That is Lynn Geffrey. James Martinez, 4 pins out of that. Mike Green, 7 pins out of cash. Gerald Borho, 8 pins. Matt Smallin, 10 pins. So everything's really close around the cash spot. But once you get down to about 15th, 16th, 17th place, the increments go to about 10 pins, and then it really jumps down to about 50, 60 under. So a little bit of separation between the top 15 and the rest of the field. But the story so far is Randy Peterson, who's got a 50-pin lead on the field with games of 217, 226, 209, 225, 219. So steady as they go, but looks like he left a bucket in the seventh. So he has 101 in the sixth with a pending bucket spare. So maybe his first struggles of the day for Randy, but we'll see how he finishes the game. He somehow pulls the 4 or 5 bagger out at the end of the game to save it, but we'll see what he does here. He is still throwing a no rules pearl. Well, a pretty mixed bag of equipment I've seen thrown out there. I see Jeremiah Smith throwing a, believed to be a haywire. I've seen a few of those today. Let's see what else. Yeah. We have so many bowling balls out there these days that it's hard to recognize what is what from back here, but we'll do the best we can. Blake Wallstrom with a big save here. He's got a 4-bagger now through the first ball in the 10th. So he can still shoot 216 after being at 96 in the 6th. So We'd like to take a minute to wish everyone a Happy New Year. I hope everyone had a great holiday season as we kick off 2017. And a quick reminder that we do have 2 more shows here in the next 3 weeks. 2 of the biggest shows of the year, the most anticipated shows of the year here at NDBowlTV. The Manitoba Open up in Winnipeg in 2 weeks from today. We will likely go live sometime around that 12 to 2 o'clock time. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube page and it should send you a notification when we go live. And we will also be putting up posts on our Facebook page as well when we go live at the stepladder finals there. And then we'll be going live the very next weekend at the CMA Memorial Shootout here at North Hill Bowl, as we'll have the finals of that tournament as well. And a comment on our Facebook page from Michael Harlow. Any chance of a leaderboard recap? Yeah, we could do that again. We just got our Game 5 update a minute ago. It was Randy Peterson is leading at 96 over. Chris Hoffer at 45 over in second. Mike Ramsey at 37 over in third. Blake Wallstrom 31 over in fourth. Heather Smith at 26 over in fifth. Josh Schneider at 22 over in 6th. Jeremiah Smith is in 7th at 10 over. Matt Stricker in 8th at 7 over. Joel Galley is 7 under in 9th. And Lynn Geffrey is our cash line at 12 under in 10th. And we will get another update here in about 20 minutes for Game 6, as there's a few pairs already done with Game 6, but here on the low end, we're in about middle of Game 6 to the pair to the left. So again, I'd like to thank everyone for watching. If you could, please share the live stream with everyone you know on social media. That would be appreciated. If you go follow the North Hill Bowl Pro Shop Facebook page, they actually have a full printout of the standings up on their Facebook page right now through 4 games. So go like their page. It'll show you everyone's handicap and listings from 1st to 38th. And again, our past champions in this event, Matt Smallin in 2012, Eric Kempel in 2013, Jack Nelson in 2014. Tad Schmidt won this event last year. He is in the building but not bowling because he does have an injury to his right arm, and he is currently unsure if he'll be able to defend his title at the KFYR-TV Bowling Classic as well. So he spoke to him earlier. He said he's going to go get things checked out here in the new year and see the severity of the injury, and I guess if he needs surgery on it, then he will be out the rest of the year, which is kind of important to my team as he is part of Team NDBowling.com, where we will travel to the USBC Open Championships in Vegas the end of April. So if he is unable to go, we're going to have to find someone else. Another question for those of you in the chat room: what is your favorite NDBowling.com major to bowl of the four? Which one do you look forward to the most every year? Got the Manitoba Open in 2 weeks, the CMA Memorial Shootout in 3 weeks, the KFYR-TV Bowling Classic in a month, and the NDBowling.com Classic in 2 months. So what tournament do you guys like to bowl the most? And another question towards that: which one's your favorite to watch on NDBowlTV? I think our record number of viewers at one time was the CMA Memorial Shootout last year. I think we had over 250 people watching at one point during the event, so looks like we're finishing up game 6 here on our featured pair. Kenton Carnell with a 163, 193 with his handicap. John Breckel a 193, and Brett Craig a 193 as well after back-to-back single pin misses. So probably not the way he wanted to finish that game. He had a good chance there to be in the 220s, 230s, and spare shooting will be very important at the CMA Memorial Shootout if this is how the lanes play. So bring your spare shoes and be ready to put on a spare clinic if you're coming up to bowl that tournament. So I just got word from Randy Peterson that he ran into a bad pair there. I think he had a 150. So he's coming back to the field a little bit. So our Game 6 update should be very interesting. All right, while we're waiting for our next group of bowlers to rotate onto the featured pair, I want to remind everyone that they can stay connected to NDBowling.com and NDBowlTV via social media. Like our Facebook page, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to us on YouTube to stay up to date on everything happening on the website. I'd also like to thank the folks at Ebonite for being the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. You're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. Coming on to our featured pair, they're finishing up the 10th frame here, will be Lance Gehring, he's a local here, Heather and Jeremiah Smith, both out of the Bismarck area, and Corey Peterson will be joining them. Looks like Jeremiah Smith is 10 over going into that game. He can strike out for 221. Heather Smith, she can throw a strike here. She gets a 9 count for 169, and she gets 48 a game, so essentially a 217. So that'll help her as she was in the top 5. Following them will be the grouping of Chris Charles, Taylor Wallstrom, Matt Smallin, and Kessid Schmidt. So we've got a good couple games of high talented bowlers coming up. And before we get started on Game 7, let's recap the oil pattern that we're bowling on today. It's a 41-foot pattern with 26.44 milliliters out there, 2.19 to 1 ratio. So pretty challenging for even the most talented bowlers out there. Good question there from Marshall. Resolutions for NDBowlTV. I don't think we have any resolutions, but we did mention earlier that there will be some equipment upgrades over the next year after we complete the show at the NDBowling.com Classic in March. That'll be our final show of the year. We have plans to upgrade the lanes camera, so it'll be a little clearer picture for everyone. Hopefully that'll improve the experience for everyone watching. We'll be able to zoom in without it getting too cloudy for everyone. And with that upgraded lanes cam, we will likely take the existing lanes cam and start up an in-booth cam. So when we do in-booth interviews with the winners and stuff like that, we will have a camera on them, so everyone will actually see me someday. All right, we're about to get underway here in Game 7, 7 of 10. Lance Gehring, Heather Smith, Jeremiah Smith, and Corey Peterson on our featured pair. And just as quick as that last 150 game happened from Randy Peterson, he's got the front four, so it must have been the pair. His bad pair was 11 and 12. You know, I don't really care for that pair either, so maybe there's something to that. Guess we'll see. Each pair plays different. There's a few in here that I generally would prefer to bowl on over some others. Sure many out there have the same sort of feelings, like the walkway pairs. If you could avoid those at all costs, that'd be pretty good for anyone. And some other things that we're going to try to be doing here at NDBowlTV over the next few years is trying to get a PBA professional to join us in the booth at one of the majors. If that does happen, I'll likely try to go wall-to-wall coverage at one of them, preferably here at the shootout, as long as there are no PBA events going on at the time. I think it would be a cool weekend to have a PBA professional come up and do a clinic on Friday night and a possible pro-am, so everyone can bowl with him or her. And then they'd be able to join us in the booth for some good insight and some good bowling from the shootout, as there's a lot of good bowlers that bowl that event. So that's some things we'd like to do in the future. I don't know how possible that would be, but always looking to improve the experience for all of you watching. sure a lot of people are asking, where is Matt Smallin on the leaderboard? Well, he is currently 21 under. He's a current FedEx worker, and with all the snowstorms around here, you think he's been kept away from the bowling center quite a bit. I know he hasn't been at league for quite a while, and sure he's a little rusty from the time off, but I fully expect him to be ready to go come Manitoba Open weekend here in 2 weeks. Now that the big shipping season is over, and just like that, Rory Selk provides us with a Game 6 update, exclusive to NDBowlTV. Your leader, Randy Peterson, his lead has shrunk to 3. He is at 50 over in first, Blake Wallstrom in second at 47 over, Chris Hoffer in third at 43, tied with Heather Smith at 43 over. Matt Stricker has gone up to 30 over, he's in fifth. James Martinez with another nice game at 233, jumped to sixth. He's tied with Josh Schneider at 17 over. In eighth is Mike Ramsey at 14 over. Ninth, Jeremiah Smith at 10 over. 10th is a tie for Gerald Borho and Matt Smallin at 21 under. So there's a 31 pin gap between 9th and 10th right now. So things looking like they're tightening up for that last cash spot. 8 pins separate 10th through 15th right now. So Ron Zutz, Joel Galley, Chris Charles, Lane Geffrey are all within 8 pins of cash. So it'll be a pretty exciting finish here to see who creates one of those good games towards the end of the tournament to get a cash spot. So we'll see what happens there. So tune in now, share the live stream with everyone you know on social media. Hit the thumbs up button at the bottom of your player. That would be greatly appreciated. We are here in game 7 of 10. After 10 games, the high pin total will win. They're also giving a little bit of money away for a scratch option, as this is a handicap tournament. And the scratch standings are as follows. Randy Peterson at 50 over, Blake Wallstrom at 47 over, Matt Stricker at 30 over, James Martinez at 17 over, and Jeremiah Smith at 10 over. So those are your top 5 for the scratch option, which is what they're paying. We are midway through Game 7 here at the 10-game marathon, live at North Hill Bowl in Minot. Following Game 10, the high pin total will win. We will get a scoring update after Game 7. Following Game 6, the leader was still Randy Peterson at 50 over, followed by Blake Wallstrom in second at 47 over, Chris Hofer, however you pronounce that, at 43 over, tied with Heather Smith at 43 over. They're in a tied for third. Matt Stricker at 30 over in fifth. James Martinez and Josh Schneider at 17 over in sixth. Mike Ramsey in eighth at 14 over. Jeremiah Smith at 10 over. Gerald Borho and Matt Smallin tied for the final cash spot at 21 under. So a big drop there after ninth. It appears that Randy Peterson is going to have a 220-ish game on the board, I think. It's kind of hard to see from this far away, but I'm pretty sure it's a 220-something. Blake Wallstrom spared? No. Did he spare in the 10th? No, he just left a 2-pin, I believe. If he spares that and strikes, he's got 206. So, as far as we know, Randy will maintain that lead, as depending on the others. Okay, Randy either had a 212 or a 222. I can't tell from where we're sitting. Again, I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in today with our coverage from the 10-game marathon. We will be live from Winnipeg in 2 weeks for the stepladder finals of the season's first major. The week after that, we'll be back here at North Hill Bowl for the finals of the CMA Memorial Shootout. So 2 shows coming up in the next 3 weeks. So make sure you hit the subscribe button there on YouTube. Click the thumbs up button as well. That'd be greatly appreciated. So a 204 finish for Blake Wallstrom. He was in second place, so that should keep him there. John Breckel with a 265 game on the pair to the right. So where was he going into that one? He was in 20th at 46 under. So John Breckel is going to make a big move after that game. So look for him in the caching area on our Game 7 update. And once again, coming up in game number 8, we've got Matt Smallin, Taylor Wallstrom, Chris Charles, and Kessage Schmidt coming up on our featured pair, so stay tuned for that. After that, it'll be Tracy Tofland, Gerald Borho, Ron Fettig, and Lion Schmidt. So those are the next 2 pairs coming on to the featured pair. That'll be games 8 and 9. And again, we'll stay till they announce the winner and hopefully get a word with our champion. Get a good idea of what they did to find success today. Try to get a clue as to what they were throwing, where they were playing, and their strategy going forward. So a good game going here by Jeremiah Smith. He was 10 over going into the game, and he's got a chance to put up a pretty big score here to jump the leaderboard. So we'll see how he finishes out the 10th. So a good strike there for Jeremiah Smith, now up in the 10th, second shot. Big shot here. Gets the shaker out. So he'll be in the 250s now, so he'll be in that 260 over range, so he'll be right there with Randy Peterson and Blake Wallstrom. So the leaderboard is tightening up here towards the top. Again, if you have any questions, please visit our chat room here on the YouTube player. We'll try to answer any questions you may have. The latest one is McNeil going to Winnipeg, is what I'm assuming. And as far as I know, he'll be there. I talked to him at the youth championships down in Alexandria, the Midwest Youth Tournament that we did on NDBowlTV. And he mentioned that he would be in attendance at that one. So whether his plans changed since then, who knows, but so that finishes out a 2:06 game for Taylor Wallstrom, going open 9-10. So he had a chance to put a big game up on the score there, and that one got away from him. A 185 for Matt Smolin on the pair to the left. Chris Charles will finish out with a 238, which should get him to plus territory. He is now, let's see, what that'd be, 9 over. So a very important game coming up here on our featured pair, featuring Matt Smolin, Taylor Wallstrom, Chris Charles, and Kessin Schmidt. All are right around that cash spot, so we'll see how they set themselves up going in to the final 2 games, as we have game 8 coming up, 3 left. question in there from Eric Parvey. Is Bowler Spotlight ever making a comeback? That's a good question. I guess it really depends on how much time I have. That was a series many people enjoyed, but it was also a series that took up a considerable amount of my time trying to get as much information from certain people as possible. So I would like to, but it really depends on how things are going in my life at the moment, since we're trying to sell a house and potentially dealing with flooding this year with over 5 feet of snow in my front yard and more on the way. So we'll see what happens. There's a good chance it could come back. I don't think that's going to happen this season, but maybe next season. And he does make a good point. Brad Nordic winning something this year. I do agree. The guy's made a few shows in majors and always comes up a little bit short, so that time is going to come soon. Very talented player, so I will agree with that. I don't know where that's going to be, but we'll see. Suppose it'd be nice to have some scores on the board, huh? There you go. Sometimes we space out here in the booth. Don't mind me. We're underway here in Game 8. So you can see there, the lanes are starting to get to that breakdown point where the fronts start hooking a little bit, and by the time your ball gets to the back end of the pattern, it's ready to go. Let's see what adjustments people make. It appears Matt is playing fairly deep at this point. Good shot there. And to further talk about the whole Bowler Spotlight series, if that does come back, we're gonna, since the first series was mainly to talk about the veterans of the bowlers in our veteran bowlers in our sport around this area, we are gonna probably focus a little bit on the young guns coming back. So it might be a case where we gather stories and write the articles ahead of time, and then once the time comes, we'll release one every couple weeks so that they're already done and we won't have to worry about the time constraints of those. So that's another option we can do. So keep an eye out for that. Always something happening at NDBowling.com. have a Game 7 scoring update. And we have a new leader. Jeremiah Smith, on the heels of a 258 game, has taken the lead at 68 over. In second, Randy Peterson at 62 over. That was a 212 game he had. Blake Wallstrom in third at 51 over. Mike Ramsey in fourth at 33 over. Chris Hoffer at 24 over in fifth. John Breckel at 19 over in sixth. Chris Charles 9 over in seventh. Heather Smith 7 over in eighth. Josh Schneider at 1 over in ninth. And at dead even is Lynn Geffrey in 10th. Just outside the cash is Matt Stricker at 8 under. And at 21 under is David Thompson. 28 under is James Martinez. And 30 under is Ron Zutz. He's in 14th. So with 3 games to go, our cut line is even, which was our guess when it started, that it would be close to even. So we'll see how that pans out. Looking down our scores here, it looks like Blake Wallstrom is going to be in the salvage category again this game, as he's got 100 in the 7th with a strike up in the 8th. Could be a 110 as well, so if he strikes out, he'll be close to that 200. This is a game he's got to save. Got the strike there in the 9th, so a double going into the 10th and a chance to save that. Again, you are watching the 10-game marathon here from North Hill Bowl in Minot. We're in Game 8. Providing you coverage of the entire event through Game 10. Following the 10th game, the high pin total will win the event, so stick with us as we will likely get a word with our winner. that's a 179 finish for Blake Wallstrom down on the high end of the house. So a minus 21 there will drop him back to 30 over. So he's going to have a couple good games, but unfortunately for him, his last two games are going to be on 15, 16, 17, 18. So if Blake makes a run here those last two games, that'll be very impressive considering the two pairs he has to draw the last two there. So to recap our current scores on our featured pair. After 7, where do we got Kessage Schmidt? He is in 16th at 35 under. He gets 25 a game, so as long as he shoots over 175, he will go plus. Matt Smallin making a typical Matt Smallin run at the end of a tournament. So with 3 to play, he's got a decent game up on the board here. Taylor Wallstrom at 34 under. Gonna need another double here to get to the plus side. And Chris Charles at plus 9 has a good game going here for this pattern. If he puts together another double, he can climb up that plus category. I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today. Our first of 3 shows here in January, as we will be live from Chateau Lanes in Winnipeg in 2 weeks for the finals of the Manitoba Open. And then the very next week we'll go live right here at North Hill Bowl once again for the finals of the CMA Memorial Shootout, 2 of the most anticipated tournaments of the year. So
40-40. Love the end pairs.
So Smallin up in the 8th, looking to put up a 4-bagger. And he's playing in that spot out on the lane where if he gets enough revs on it, which we know he can do that rather easily, he's got a little bit of room out there playing with that many revs. There was a couple shots he missed in, but the hold room has developed, and he's got the rev rate to get it back enough to kick the 10 out if he misses wide. So he's in a good spot. I would call one of his many comfort zones out there on the lane. Taylor Wallstrom can strike out for a 209. Go a long way in his attempt to get a check here today. Good shot there by Kessed, as once again he gets 25 a game, so anything over a 175 puts him in the plus category. So he's well on his way to that. And aside from Jeremiah Smith, most of our leaders are now out of our viewing area. So we will not be able to quite see what they have up on the board, but we'll do our best. And our featured pair seems to be the farthest behind, so once they're done, our Game 8 scoring update should come shortly. Well, that's the second time for Chris Charles where he's thrown a double and then a wrap 10 through another double and a wrap 10, so that's always frustrating in a tournament like this where big games take you a long way and you make the shots to do it. And just don't have the carry on your side. It's just one of those patterns where if you don't have the right roll on the ball by the time it gets to the end of the pattern, you're likely going to leave a corner pin. Big shot there for Taylor. Still has 209 left on the board. Looks like Jeremiah Smith can strike out for a 229. He is our current leader. And that one, Matt just didn't quite hit up on it like he has the rest of the games. And unfortunately, that shot there was in the 10th, so that one's going to hurt. But nonetheless, he's in the 240s, and this is a makeable here. The 8 is not back there, so it looked like that last shot he tried to place out on the lane and didn't hit up on it as much as he wanted to. Very close, but to no avail. A 243 for Matt. That'll put him at +7 and well in contention with 2 games to go, and they'll be within our view here going forward, so we'll be able to update you on his scores as well as everyone else that we can see here of the leaders. Really good finish there for Taylor to keep him within striking distance. That 207 will bring him up to 27 under. And a good shot there for Kessid, so that puts him at 215. He can possibly shoot 245, and that's along the lines of 70 over, 50 over. You know, my math's a little shaky these days, so. Because with his 25 pins a handicap, 245, 70 over, is possible here. He was in 16th place, so 70 pins up will bring him to 35 over, and according to the current sheet, that's 4th, so chance for a big jump here. That one took off on him with an 8 count, so pick this up for 233. Now a 58 over for him with his handicap, so Chris Charles here will finish up game 8 on our featured pair with a 215. That puts him to 24 over. So he's also in good shape. Looks like Jeremiah Smith will strike here in the 10th for a 206. And that'll put him at 74 over. So depending on what's happening down on the high end of the house with our other leaders, we'll see. Coming on to our featured pair again is Tracy Tofflin, Gerald Boroho, Lion Schmidt, and Ron Fettig, so stay tuned for that. the scores here through 9 games, or through 8 games. Looks like this pair has been struggling a bit today, with 1,600 being even. We have Tracy at 1,452. He is out of right here in Minot. Gerald Borho is a local here in Minot as well at 1,468. Ron Fettig out of the Killdeer Dickinson area. He is at 1,443. Lion Schmidt out of Devil's Lake is at 1,258. Lion gets 26 pins a game. Gerald gets 8 pins a game. Ron Fettig will be bowling scratch. And Tracy Toffland is also bowling scratch. So struggle a little bit on this pair. But it's good to see him out here bowling. We are live here now in Game 9. Following this game, we will have one more game where we'll determine our winner. Hopefully get a word with them. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today. We have 2 games left here. And we'll be right back live in 2 weeks from Chateau Lanes in Winnipeg, Manitoba. We'll be going north of the border for the season's first major, the Manitoba Open. So catch with us in 2 weeks. We'll likely go live sometime between noon and 2 o'clock. Please like us on Facebook, as we'll be posting when we go live there, or you can hit the subscribe button on your YouTube player to receive updates as to when our live shows are on. So we're looking forward to that Game 8 update for the scores. So we should be getting that shortly as everyone is underway in Game 9. Jeremiah Smith sitting at 74 over currently. And again, I can't see what's happening down on the high end of the house, but I can see that Blake Wallstrom opened in the 5th, it appears, and he does not look very happy, so again, he kind of has a bad draw these last 2 games. He caught 15, 16, 17, 18, which have never been very friendly to a lot of people over the years, so throwing anything really good on those 2 pairs is impressive. So we'll see what he can do. Things not looking too good as of right now, but and Matt Smallin over on the pair to the right starts out with the front 3. So as expected, he's found a comfort zone and is ready to run. Although he does hit 11 and 12 that last game, which has been giving the righties fits. So we'll see what happens there. Again, our question of the day here for all of you in the chat room is, what do you prefer for lane courtesy? Are you one of those bowlers that just prefers to bowl quicker, do single lane courtesy, and other things don't really bother you? Are you one of those that like the 2-lane courtesy? Or do you prefer the method they use on tour, where they alternate pairs? Today's discussion question. Had a few people chime in, and the consensus is that a lot of them would just prefer everyone on the same page, and I do agree with that. As long as people are all abiding by the same lane courtesy, then everything will move smoothly. If some want alternate pair, some want 2-lane, and some just don't care and go with single lane courtesy, it makes for an interesting day. You'll likely have some pairs quite a bit behind others, and when you're rotating games, it makes things slow down a little bit unless everything's on the same page. And we've got a Game 8 update. And leading is Mike Ramsey. On the heels of a 225 game, Game 8 is now 78 over. Jeremiah Smith, 74 over. Randy Peterson, 42 over. Randy had a 180 game there in Game 8. John Breckel is at 32 over in 4th. Blake Wallstrom at 30 over in 5th. Chris Charles at 24 over in 6th. Kessid Schmidt and Heather Smith are tied at 23 over in 7th. Matt Smallin has jumped to 9th at 7 over, and the last cash spot is a tie between Chris Hofer and Josh Snyder at 2 over. And then after that, it's 22 under Matt Stricker in 12th, 27 under Taylor Wallstrom in 13th. So a big break there between our last cash spots and everyone outside the cut. So, and I will note there's a tie for our last cash spot, so things are pretty close. I think our last few years we've had a runaway winner, and then the rest of the games are really close. The rest of the scores are really close. I'm expecting things to be very close for this one. All the way through, we don't have necessarily a runaway winner. for those of you tuning in, we're in the middle of Game 9. After this game, we'll have one left, and the high pin total will win the tournament. We will update you with all the standings following the completion of the event. We'll also get a word with our winner. So stay tuned. We'll try to get some insider info from them as far as what they were throwing, where they were playing, and their strategy going forward at the CMA Memorial Shootout. And Matt Smallin went 3-bagger, open, now a 4-bagger entering the 10th. So he's got a chance to put a decent game on the board before the final game. So we're finishing game 9 here. Matt Smallin up in the 10th frame, working on a 4-bagger. He's got 240 possibility. Gets the first one. Looks like Jeremiah Smith with a 6 spare in the 7th has 116 in the 6th. So he must strike out for 220 or 216. 226, yeah. He can get 226 yet, so let's see how the rest of that game goes. He's going to be up in the 8th here soon, so we'll have a little bit of a break. Next shot went high for Smalls, so an 8 count will put him at a 231 if he converts the spare. And coming up in our final game on the featured pair is Chris Hoffer, who is on our leaderboard. We'll also see Doug Thompson, Dennis Freund, and blanking on the name here. Just one second. And Tori Knudsen. So that'll be our final 4 here on the featured pair. We'll have some of our leaderboard bowlers close by. I see a 246 on the board by Joel Galley. Let's see where he was after 8. He was at 45 under, so a 246 puts him at +1 and right in the mix going into the last game. That is a confirmed 231 from Matt. So that'll put him up to 38 over. Schmidt can spare this and strike for 201. That gives him 26 over for the game with his handicap. So he's moving right up the leaderboard. He was at 23 over going in. So Chris Charles can go spare strike here for 197. So I'll drop him a couple pins as long as he picks up the spare, I guess. Okay, Chris Hoffer, who just is moving on to our featured pair, was 2 over and in 10th and shot a 172 with his handicap. That's 28 over. So he's going to move up to 30 over. So a very interesting final game we're going to have here. Jeremiah Smith will at best have 204 this game. He's got to spare this shot in the 9th and strike out for 204. So there's a potential that he will lose pins. I cannot see the scores of Mike Ramsey, Blake Wallstrom, or Randy Peterson, who are in the top 10. So once we get our game 9 sheet, we'll have a good idea as to where everything is. All right, we are underway in our final game here at the 10-game marathon at Northville Bowl in Minot. We should have a scoring update here shortly, and we'll be able to keep you up to date on what's happening here in Game 10. There are 3 pairs of lanes down on the high end of the house that appear to be in the third, fourth, fifth frames already, so maybe we'll be able to get their scores before the others are done and figure out who our winner is. I expect the Game 9 scoring update to be quite compelling, the way the scores have gone. Some people in the top part of the standings have dropped a few pins. There's a few shooting some really good games. So I expect the standings to be very close. We'll see who can sneak into that cash spot there. We're paying the top 10 here today. Again, we're bowling on a test pattern for the CMA Memorial Shootout here at North Hill Bowl in 3 weeks. You can catch the finals of that tournament here on NDBowlTV that Sunday. I believe it's 21st, 22nd. We will go live somewhere around the 1-2 o'clock area. Please hit the subscribe button on your YouTube player. Hit the thumbs up button. You can receive updates as to when our feed will go live. Jeremiah Smith with a big double in the 10th. They're still in Game 9. So we'll have to wait for them to finish up before we can get our Game 9 update. He doubles here in the 10th, so a strike will give him 204. So big 10th frame for him to go plus. That would take him to 78 over with a strike here. So and his final shot went high for a 7 count. That's a 201. So he is now 75 over, and we should be getting our Game 9 update shortly. We are in the final game of the 10-game marathon. If you haven't already, please share our live stream with everyone on social media. You can like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to our YouTube page. If you've missed any of the action today, this entire broadcast will be uploaded to our YouTube page following the event about 1-2 hours after it's completed. And you can watch the broadcast in its entirety, or if you'd like to watch any past shows, they're all on there as well. And I, like many of you, are patiently awaiting that Game 9 update. There are a lot of answers on that sheet. And as we look around. Matt Smallin starting with a 9 spare strike. Chris Charles starting with a strike. Taylor Wallstrom with a strike. Kessid Schmidt with a strike. So that pair, everyone's got a shot to cash. Very interesting to see how that one finishes out. And the good thing about these tournaments is there are high game pots, there are brackets, so there's always something at stake. Even though you might be out of the tournament, you could have a decent last couple games, win some high game pots, and all of a sudden you have your entry fee back. So there's always an opportunity for people to win money, as long as you're willing to risk that money, that is. There are times at the CMA Memorial Shootout where some of the bracket payouts go in excess of $1,000, which is what they pay out for the top 5 in the tournament. So when it comes to these events, the side action is where a lot of these bowlers come out here and make their money. And winning the tournament is just kind of bonus. So it's all luck of the draw and how you pair up with people in brackets. I clearly remember one year at the KFYR Bowling Classic, I think I was in 5 brackets in one game, and I shot I want to say it was like 210, 212, and I lost all 5 of them. And in that same game, my buddy Matt Smallin I think he shot like a 160, 170, and he was in 5 of them in that game, and he won 4 of his games. So really, when it comes to brackets, it's a lot of luck of the draw and who you get matched up with. You never know. You could bowl bad and still win brackets. You could bowl really good and not win that many. So and while we're waiting for the tournament to finish up, we will try to get a word with some of our contestants here to get some insight while we're waiting on the final standings and the payouts. Again, we are in the final game of the annual 10-game marathon. At the completion of this game, the bowler with the highest pin total will win the event. We are still patiently awaiting that Game 9 scoring update. Like on our pair where everyone's got a chance, Kessid Schmidt has a double and a 6 count now, so off to a good start for him. Chris Charles, strike, spare, spare. Taylor Wallstrom, strike, spare, spare. Smallin, spare, strike, spare. So nothing too crazy going on yet. Jeremiah Smith with a strike, strike, 9 count, spare pending. And the first open might come on the board for Smallin there, leaving a 210. So now he's going to go from possibly making some decent money to making sure he still takes home a check. So how quickly things turn in our sport with scores so close. And there are some bowlers out here that absolutely thrive the final few games. If they need a game to make a TV show, to make a cash spot, to make the cut on a Saturday, there's some people out here that seem to get it done every time. And from what I've gathered today, the first 10 lanes here have been the highest scoring pairs. As you move higher in the house towards the walkway there, between 16 and 17, it gets a little squirrely. So I've always enjoyed bowling on 1 through 8. I've always thought they were the highest scoring pairs down here. When they hold tournaments here at North Hill Bowl, they're generally in the low end of the house, depending on entries. And when you bowl the CMA, it takes up the entire house. So when you get down to the high end of the house, where they have all the birthday parties and all the kids bowl, there's not as much burnt-in friction on the lane surface as there is down on the low end of the house, where most of the leagues are and the tournaments are. So you don't see the lanes down on the high end of the house, don't see as many reactive bowling balls going down them, so to speak. So it kind of changes the way the house reacts from top to bottom. So I guess it's a little insider information for those of you who are kind enough to watch our show today and are bowling the CMA Memorial Shootout in a couple weeks or 3 weeks. I appreciate all of our subscribers and viewers. Without you guys, we wouldn't be doing it. The 3 most anticipated shows are coming up in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and 2 months. We'll have 3 NDBowling.com majors on NDBowlTV. And here we go, our Game 9 scoring update. Your leader is Jeremiah Smith at 75 over. John Breckel is in second at 63 over. Mike Ramsey at 59 over. Randy Peterson at 56 over. Kessid Schmidt at 46 over. Matt Smallin at 38 over in 6th. Heather Smith at 33 over in 7th. Blake Wallstrom at 39 over, or 31 over in 8th. Chris Hoffer is at 30 over in 9th. Chris Charles is the final cash spot at 20 over. And right behind him is Joel Galley at 1 over. So Joel is on our immediate pair to the left. And he is 19 pins out of cash. And he's got 51 in the 4th with a 3-bagger working. So he's got a chance here to strike out and maybe sneak into one of those spots. After Joel, it's a 30-pin drop down to Josh Schneider at 29 under, and then Lynn Geffrey at 40 under. So it's going to take a pretty big game by them to get into the cash spots. So we'll be watching Chris Charles, who is at 63 in the 4th with a spare working, and Joel Galley in the pair to the left has 51 in the 4th with a 3-bagger working. So Joel can make a move here. He's up now on lane 5 to the left. Just a hair high for a 4-pin, so that'll move his max score down to 210. Meanwhile, Chris Charles could have 83, 13, 43. He's still in the 230s if he strikes out. Matt Smallin has 87 in the 5th with a strike working. Taylor Wallstrom 86 in the 4th with a strike spare working. So he's got 106 in the 5th now with a spare working. And that's as far as we can see. Jeremiah Smith went strike, strike, spare, spare, and now a split up on the board. which appears to be an 8-10. So, all likelihood that will likely be an open here for him. He is our leader. John Breckel is out of our viewing area, and he could already be done with his match, so maybe we can get his score. So Matt Smallin with an 87 in the 5th and a double working. Joel Galley struck in the 9th. He's still got 210 available. Chris Charles, 83 in the 5th. Strike with a spare pending after that, so he could have 103 in the 5th. Which means his max is 213. Again, Joel must gain 19 pins on the cut here to make the cash spot. Last cash spot is in 10th, and currently that's 20 over. That all depends on what the likes of Matt Small and Heather Smith, Blake Wallstrom, and Chris Hoffer do. They're all in the 30s. Kessid Schmidt seems to be struggling here. He's got 99 in the 7th. Remember, he does get 25 pins handicap, so he can still finish out in the... So he got 229, 129, 159, 189. So he could still shoot plus, per se, with his handicap if he strikes out, but looks to be struggling on that 11 and 12. Matt Smallin with 3-bagger working now. So he's got 87 up in the 5th. All right, it looks like we're going to have a visit with one of our competitors who have already finished up here. All right, so welcome into NDBowlTV is Blake Wallstrom himself. You're all finished up. Tell us about your day.
It's a pretty demanding pattern, pretty similar to last year. Got to make good shots and hope to carry, kind of the name of the game.
What'd you finish up at?
Just squeaked out a +1. Kind of fell apart the last 3 games. Ended up on 15, 16, 17, 18, which is kind of a tough part of the house to end on. But
what were you throwing today? What was working? What wasn't working?
I started the day off with my Yeti Unleashed. Little bit of surface. Shot 250 with it. Went away from the high end of the house to the low end of the house, and it wasn't really doing anything, so I had to switch to something that would skid a little longer. So I went to my Reax 2 Solid with a little shine on it, and that seemed to be playing pretty well for most of the day, but didn't do too well at the end there.
So you're sitting currently at +1?
Correct.
And if Joel Galley strikes out, which he will not, so you're going to stay ahead of him. because he'll be at a 180, so he's going to drop. So in there, after game 9, there was a big jump below Joel Galley, a 30-pin drop. So there's a good chance you're going to at least squeak out a check for, all things considered, having a terrible draw finishing on that end of the house.
Yeah, I'll take a little check if I can get one and go back to the drawing board for the CMA.
Very nice. So up next for you, you're going to bowl up in Manitoba?
Yep. I'll be heading up there to see what I can do.
Very nice. It's on a very lefty-friendly pattern, so we're hoping to see good things out of you.
I'm hoping so. It's one of my favorite tournaments of the year, so hoping I can perform up there.
Very nice. Yeah, they have a really good staff. The bowling center is very, very up to par, and everything else is great up there. It's a well-run tournament. A lot of money is passed around up there, and you can stay at a hotel that has a casino. I mean, bowlers love gambling, right?
Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world, I'll say that.
All right, so for any of you out there looking to bowl some tournaments coming up, just be aware that we have the CMA Memorial Shootout and the Manitoba Open coming up in the next 3 weeks. So head on over to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page, and you can find all the information on those events. Send in your entry now because those tournaments are filling up.
Yep, and they're two of the best tournaments you'll find around the Midwest here, and a lot of money passed around, and they pay out pretty generously compared to a lot of the other tournaments. So
I agree, and if you're not going to come bowling, be sure to watch them on NDBowlTV because we'll be live for the finals, and we hope to see you in one of them, Blake.
I sure hope so.
All right, thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, thanks, man.
All right, so it looks like we are wrapping up the final here, and let's see, Joel Galley finished with a 186, so he's going to go minus. Matt Smallin has 184 in the 9th. He converted a split, I believe a 210. He left a 10-pin here in the 10th, has converted, so he's got 204 left on the board. So 4 over for Matt Smallin will be 42 over for the tournament. Chris Charles now up in the 10th, and he just left a 9-pin. Smallin finishes out with a 201. Chris Charles can finish out with a 182. Looks like Jeremiah Smith has 142 in the 7th with a spare up in the 8th, so he's still got 222 left if he punches out. And depending on what's happening around him, we'll see. Okay, we might get a word here quick with Hall of Famer Randy Peterson on how his day went, so tune right in. He's got to go look at how the other bowlers are doing, so I'm guessing he's close. All right, we are joined by North Dakota Hall of Fame bowler Randy Peterson. Randy, welcome back to NDBowlTV.
Thanks, Darren. Glad to be here.
Yeah, and how was your day today?
Day went really well. I started out really well. I was 100 over after 5 games, and then I hit 11 and 12, and that was a rough pair for me. Shot 150 there. Went over to 13, 14, had 220, and then 15, 16 had 180. Then finished 214, 240, so went 100 over today.
Very nice. That could be enough to win it. We're going to have to wait and see. It looks like Jeremiah still has 220 left on the board, and he was at 75. So can he get to you?
That was 103 over, so I don't know what he's got.
He would need 28, and I don't think he can get there. That looks like 162 in the 8th with a strike up, but I could be wrong.
Yep, that's what it is, yeah.
So then
22
it doesn't look like he'll get to catch you. It depends on some of the guys back here with handicap too, so we'll have to keep an eye on that.
Well, that was after 9. Mike Ramsey was right next to me. He didn't have a very good last game.
And he had 20 pins handicap, so it might work out for you to win this thing. What were you throwing all day?
I started out throwing the No Rules Pearl. I just drilled that up this past week and hadn't thrown it at all yet, and it really reacted nice. And then I went to the Code code black and had a pretty good reaction to that. But we got over in the last couple pairs there. It just wasn't cornering enough for me, so I went back to the no rules pearl, and that was it. It was a good ball.
It's a pretty tough end of the house to finish on, with 15, 16, 17, 18 always being a tough couple pairs to navigate. So what was your overall impression of the pattern? How did you attack the lanes today?
For me, I had to play them pretty tight, like in 10-12 board to start, and you couldn't go away with it because it would not recover. And then as you went along, they kind of opened up into like the 15 board. You could go from 15 to 10, but you couldn't get crazy and throw it just way right because it wasn't coming back.
And I'm sure they're going to break down totally different come 3 weeks from now.
Yeah,
so,
with the field here, there's quite a few that are just kind of playing all over the place. So.
Yeah, little handicap bowlers. So we already talked earlier, you're probably not heading up to Manitoba, but you'll be back here for the Morris Anderson?
Yes, I will, yeah.
What about the rest of the season? What does that have in store for you?
Then I'm going to go to the K-Fire in Bismarck or Mandan. Down to Aberdeen in February.
Always a wild weekend.
Yeah. Not sure what's going to happen after that.
NDBowling.com Classic?
Yep, I'll be there. Yes, I will. Forgot about that one.
Yeah, we got to ask you about that one.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I suppose it's state tournament time. I do know I talked to Matt Smaller about possibly getting a couple teams together for either the bowler tournament or the Alex tournament. So we might be in contact with you looking for guys if you're free.
Those are always fun tournaments. Yep. So I'd like to.
Okay, maybe we'll get a hold of you.
Yeah.
After that, I suppose you go down to Vegas for the national tournament in March?
As of right now, I'm not going to that.
Okay.
With the work schedule, it hasn't really worked out. When the guys are going this year, they're going to go during Easter week, and that doesn't work for me, so I can't go this year.
Well, I have a proposition for you. Because the Tad Schmidt is injured, and he's going to go get an MRI. He's on our team, so if he needs constructive surgery on his elbow, we have an opening on teamndbowling.com the end of April if you're interested. So.
Well, yeah, just keep me in mind. We'll see how it works out. A little surprising to hear that about Tad, because a few years ago, probably 10, 15 years ago now, when we went to Reno, we got a flat tire on our trailer that was hauling all our equipment. Tad just walks over, lifts it up, and says, "Go ahead, guys, change the tire."
Caveman is what we call him.
So for him to get injured, that's a surprise.
Yeah, he mentioned to me that he was working on that new liquor store out there in Devil's Lake, because for those of you who don't know, he owns a building company out in Devil's Lake, and he said he got angry at some of his workers, and when he went to throw something into the back of his pickup, he hit his elbow on the end gate of it, and he doesn't know if he's got like bone spurs or some ligament damage or what, so he's going to go get that checked out, and we might have to find a sub on our team. So,
yeah, it's kind of surprising. That guy's pretty tough. It takes a lot to injure him.
And it's depressing because he was a defending champion here, and he might not be able to bowl the K-Fire, where he is also the defending champion.
And he's an extremely talented player. You hate to lose a guy like that when you're going out to Vegas for the national tournament.
Yeah, definitely our anchor bowler every year. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully he can come back from whatever's happening in his arm, but if not, hopefully we can find a replacement, and I have your number on speed dial. So
all right, well, thanks for having me in, Darren.
Yeah, for sure. And if it works out that you are the winner, which it appears to be, congratulations, and we'll see you in 3 weeks.
All right,
thanks, Randy. All right, we're going to get a word here quick with some other competitors, and then we'll wrap it up for the day.
He said there should be scores with an H next to him, otherwise if he's not on there, good last game.
All right, joining us now on NDBowlTV is Jeremiah Smith, who is in the top 5 for most of the day. Jeremiah, tell us where you finished and how your day went for you.
I think I'm looking at second place. I was 76 over for the day.
Okay.
I caught a good pair right away, had some momentum. Then transitions were a little tricky, I thought. Forced me back out right, and then I had to make a big jump in. Moves were key. Right ball in the hand was big today.
Yeah, pretty tough pattern. It was a 2.19 to 1 ratio, so shot making was pretty important, and especially spare shooting. What was the equipment of choice today for you?
Mostly the haywire, polished up a little bit. Bought that from Jack Nelson, so
Always a good buy.
always a good buy. Thanks, Jack, for going to 14 pounds. I used the Eternal Cell for a little bit too when I was fighting the earlier games, but the haywire started coming back for me.
Very nice. So now, over the years, I've noticed here at North Hill Bowl that the lanes from the low end of the house to the high end of the house end up hooking less. Like you need more of a back end reaction or more of a roll as you go to the higher end of the house. Is that kind of what you saw today?
With the exception of 1 and 2. 1 and 2, I think, hooked a little bit more once I jumped from the high end. To me, the last couple tournaments I bowled here, it seems like 1 and 2 have a little bit more hook, maybe free hook.
Yeah.
Then I get to 3 through 6. It tightens up a little bit. 7 and 8 is always a nice pair.
Yeah.
I see why it's a TV pair.
It just works because of where we're sitting.
So
Well, nice bowling today on a second place finish. It's been a good year for you. What's next for you? What tournaments are you bowling coming up?
Well, I got my city tournament next weekend, and then I am actually going to make the journey up to Manitoba, lose my
Very
Canadian virginity there. I've been looking forward to going that one for years.
It's a great tournament, so it's a good first-timer coming up there. So, Melody, if all you guys are watching, Jeremiah is on the way up there. You bringing some people with you?
I'm riding with Jack, and we're going to caravan with the Breckles.
Very nice.
And I guess I don't know if we're picking up anybody else or whatever, but that's the immediate plan. So
Awesome. Well, NDBowlTV will be there, and maybe we'll see you on the show.
hey, thank
All right.
you.
Thanks, man. All right, Jeremiah Smith likely finishing in second place today. And for our last interview, we're going to take a visit with good friend Matt Smallin here, and then we'll wrap things up today. So
The other ones I might get lucky and get $5.
all right, and joining us on NDBowlTV is Matt Smallin. Matt, welcome back.
Hey, I'm glad to be here.
Awesome. How did the tournament play for you today? Take us through your day.
Well, we're looking at same exact CMA pattern as last year at this point in time.
That's how it played, anyways. Yeah. I was told it was modified slightly, so I don't know what the modifications were.
Okay, I would believe that it was modified. Here's what I saw. You got any Minnesota guys watching? I'm not even going to talk.
I'm sure.
But essentially, initially they played pretty true, if for at least the first couple games today, and then I sort of counted on being able to make the same moves to have a successful look to the hole, but those moves did not work because the hold did not develop. Not the same, anyway, or not to the level that we expected. I was told that the humidity was turned down in the building here because of these approaches.
Oh.
I definitely think that could have had something to do with it, along with whatever modifications they made.
Interesting. Well, and I will say that they cleaned the approaches. So those of you watching and are debating bowling the CMA shootout, those approach issues have been fixed. Nobody really here today had an issue with the approaches from what I've seen. So that's a good thing. What equipment was working for you today? What were you using?
It ended up being I didn't score until I went dull from in.
Really?
When do I ever go dull from in?
Right. You're usually paying people to put dull from in
Yeah,
away.
you put that thing away, and then you score a little bit. But no, I'm usually that guy that says dulls are for the fresh when you need a little extra room to miss out, and then the pearls are from in when you need to take advantage of the hold that exists. But my goodness, I don't know if it was who I was following. I knew that I was not going to have an easy day based on who I was following. I was following some Carnells. I was following some Ramseys.
Yep.
I was following some real buzzsaws. I knew I was not going to win probably today. The scores were probably not going to be there.
Right.
And I would say true to maybe that thought, Randy won, and guess who he did not follow?
Right.
Yep. That's kind of how I feel about it.
And when we were on the show earlier, I was mentioning how you haven't had a chance to really bowl that much in the last month due to your occupation.
Oh, good God.
And all the snow, which the impending storm is coming in, so that hopefully doesn't keep you from more time on the lanes, and hopefully you're ready for the upcoming majors, because it's major season, which we look forward to every year.
Oh, man, it came quick this year, too. But, yeah, the delivery man occupation here in Minot, North Dakota, quite a treacherous, not treacherous out on the job necessarily, but man, you just don't know if trailers are going to make it that day and you're going to have 30 stops to do for your whole day, or if you're going to be backed up with a double day where you got 180.
Jeez.
You're going to be out till 9 o'clock. Christmas is supposed to be over, but yeah, this is what it is. They're not making me work any more Saturdays.
Well, that's good. So you'll be able to
thing.
travel to tournaments, but hopefully you'll be able to get out there and get some practice in. Besides the next two majors, what's on the docket for you?
You know what? I don't know. I would say check the NDBowling.com tournament list. I should mostly be hitting everything on there. I think that there's a tournament in East Grand Forks that I'm probably going to try to catch that I'm pretty sure is on the list.
When's that one?
I don't know. I haven't looked at that in a long time. But
yeah.
Even this morning, my wife's like, "Hey, what time's the tournament start?" I'm like, "Oh, I should probably look at that." Yeah, but it's a good thing your site's there to make it easy.
Very nice. It's good to know. And I do know I have to add a couple on there. We just got some information from the folks down in South Dakota as for the Aberdeen tournament, which will be February 18, 19, I believe. So we'll put that one up on the page this week. I also got the poster for the KFYR TV Bowling Classic the first weekend in February. So we'll get a poster up for that sometime this week when I get a chance. I was on vacation the last week, so I'm trying to catch up on all the intangibles, I guess.
I'm going to call that vacation well-deserved.
Yeah, down to Jamaica for those of you who joined along the live cast we did down there.
Yeah, making sure to do lots of live streams of the beach, and we get a good look at the coconut you're sipping out of.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Well, thanks for joining us on NDBowlTV, and we hope to talk to you in the upcoming months on the shows at the majors.
Sounds like fun.
All right, thanks, man.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, and that's going to do it for our coverage here of the 10-game marathon in Minot. Through a little searching for scores, it has been determined that Randy Peterson is our winner, so we are going to sign off a little early, as we have already had a word with a few bowlers. I want to thank everyone for joining us here today. And I would like to remind everyone that you can stay connected to us on social media via Facebook. You can like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you missed any of the action today, you can go to our YouTube page, as the entire broadcast will be uploaded within the next couple hours. I'd also like to say thanks to Ebonite, the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowlTV. Again, you have been watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. I'd like to wish everyone a Happy New Year. Hopefully you had a great holiday season, and we will see you in 2 weeks at the Manitoba Open at Chateau Lanes in Winnipeg. Good night.